Hello. I hope you're doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. Hello, Bree. I hope you're doing well. Oh, so sorry you got called out by your affirmation. They appear to be doing a good job of doing that lately, it seems. Just calling out everyone. You know, I haven't really done one myself in a while. Let me see what I actually get. Actually, I haven't really used it very much. I think I've used it once, maybe twice. Oh, fuck off! How dare you, affirmation? How dare you? uh. No, thank you, Bree. Getting called the fuck out by my own affirmations. I've been betrayed. By myself. I played myself. Fuck. Also, sorry if you can hear me sipping my tea. We made tea before stream, so. Because, the air's been a little bit dry here lately. As it, like, starts to cool off, too. So, my throat's kind of been, all bleh lately. I've also unfortunately been getting like dry patches on my skin. I need to like ramp up my usage of like my salt scrub. And also probably use some like lotion or body cream and stuff for extra hydration. But yeah, so I've been drinking a little bit more tea again lately. Because I stopped drinking as much for a while, drinking as much tea. Mostly because I just kind of like didn't want to mostly just because I kind of didn't really have the energy to make it for a while, and I didn't want to bother. Yeah, so I just realized I forgot. this. There we go. That's better. Okay. So I've been drinking a little bit more tea lately, and it's been very nice and very soothing. And also, the past, like, day or two, it's also been helping my throat not feel like ass. And keeping me warm and cozy. Hello. Okay. So, I'm debating. Do we do the opening collective normally? Or do we want to try using the Beloved Dead and the Embroidered Graveyard Oracle in conjunction? Again. Oh, I'm sorry, my queue isn't open yet, but it will be shortly. I usually start off with collectives. At least one collective. But, queue will be open shortly. That's alright. No problem. No worries. Oh, I open with collectives. I do at least one collective. Sometimes two, but mostly lately it's been just one. And then after I'm done with the collective, I just open queue for the individual readings and such. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think we're gonna go ahead and just do a normal collective today. Maybe we'll close out with using the Beloved Dead Oracle and the Embroidered Graveyard Oracle together. And see what they have to say then. Okay. So, let's see. Welcome back. Interesting. We have the Ace of Cups, the Page of Swords, and the Six of Cups. Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. There's definitely like a new, some new emotions on their way here for you, okay? Or just a reconnection to emotions. And with the Six of Cups, I get the sense that this is going to be kind of reconnecting to that, like, reconnecting to, like, inner child, okay? Yeah. Yeah. I've had a lot of cups cards. My goodness. I've had a lot of cups cards, like, pop out for me recently as well. And I feel like we've been getting a lot more of them on stream lately. So there's definitely just kind of like that vibe of just reconnecting with yourself, reconnecting with that inner child, reconnecting with that, like, nostalgia, that whimsy and sense of wonder that you had as a kid, okay? This is going to help you just in general, but especially creatively, okay? Reconnecting with this is going to give you essentially new ideas, new lines of thought, help essentially just kind of like see different perspectives of things. So that you essentially know what you want to do moving forward, okay? Oh yeah. With the presence of a page and the Six of Cups, there's definitely just whimsy vibes here. So, definitely just kind of going in line with that message that likes to come up frequently about, like, in fact, I think a good chunk of us were kind of getting that, like, that affirmation from the affirmation command, like, pretty frequently for a while there. Of just, like, doing whatever you have to do to survive. Which is why it's important that we never lose that sense of whimsy and that sense of wonder. That's what helps us survive. Crushing situations. And the sorts of shit that's, you know, going on currently. Just on a global scale. Where everything feels like it's on fire. Aww. Nice. I hope that goes just wonderfully for you. But yes. So. Spirit appears to be once again prescribing whimsy. Don't take things so seriously, okay? To roll with the punches a little bit more. Just keep following that sense of whimsy, okay? When you do this It can lead to situations that are very replenishing and very restorative and just help lift you up. Okay? Let's see. Yep. My goodness. Yeah, I had a feeling. Alrighty. We have 3 cards from the Oracle deck here, so. First is Stoicism. Second is Conjurer. The third is Shadow. I know the message of that card. Alright, first up is Stoicism. So, overall, another thing that I want to add there too is, like, going back to that, like, Ace of Cups too. It's all about expressing those emotions and just not repressing them, okay? Don't repress them. Let them have their space. Even the negative ones, okay? Because if you try to bottle that up, that's just going to create a ticking time bomb, okay? And that's how you create blockages and future obstacles for yourself. And start kind of just losing that, like, connection with your inner self, okay? You want to stay connected to that, like, your inner self? Express it. Express those emotions. Lean into that sense of whimsy and wonder, and follow it. Okay, anyway, Stoicism. Keywords here are peacefulness, receptiveness, and manifestation. The only thing that matters is what you think of yourself. Oh. The only thing that matters is what you think of yourself. Another person's opinion is just an opinion. Think highly of yourself. You are extraordinary and a miracle. Take back your power and never allow yourself to think that others' opinions of you matter more than your opinion of yourself. Every time you are upset because of what somebody else said about you, ask yourself if what they think of you is more important than what you think of yourself. Stop needing approval. It's those who do not care about receiving approval who get it. Endeavor to live the life that you have imagined for yourself. The opposite of more is enough. Be mindful to stay in your power by believing that you are enough and you have enough, rather than constantly needing or wanting more. What can you give that others want or find valuable? Hope is openness to surprises. Life will always bring good things as surprises if you believe it will, and learn to be conscious about your response to challenges. Yeah, there is that vibe of just kind of dwelling on the past with the Six of Cups there. Particularly, mostly, like, in the reverse position. But, yeah, there was that vibe, and it did kind of, like, pop out sideways. So. The affirmation for this is, I am so happy and grateful because I am a magnet for miracles. I breathe light in. I am powerful. I make a positive difference in this world. Oof. Yeah, I know that feeling. I kind of had a bit of a relapse like the other day. It started Monday night for me. It lasted until about somewhere like yesterday, so pretty much, yes. And then we have Conjurer. Higher self, fertility, and creativity are the keywords here. But yeah, that's ultimately what led to me writing that, like, last poem. The new one, not the rewrite. But, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so higher self, fertility, and creativity are the keywords here. You have the power. Take comfort in the fact that you have complete control over anything you want and that you must change inwardly before you can see it externally. And that is the point of shadow work. Fitting how there's the shadow card there. You are the vessel and the instrument of the Creator, capable of manifesting everything you desire. Thus, the transformation begins with you, and is carried out by the exterior universe aligning itself to fit your needs. This is what "you are the creator of your universe" means. You have the advantage. However, to seek out the change you desire, you must see the energy and entities that can assist you as external in order to become aware and recognize that change is required, and that you will not change unless you consent to the influence. It is all within you. There is a universe within you, and each reality is different and unique because each person is different and unique. When you engage with entities apart from yourself and acknowledge that they have their own essence, you operate with a better understanding and capability of influencing energy. Affirmation here is, I am part of the universe. I am at one with the universe. I am divine intelligence. I am creating my life according to my dominant beliefs. Yes. I like that line about consenting to it because spirit, universe, your guides, whatever sort of like powers that you believe in, okay? They can't help you until you fucking let them in. Also, we have an ad break. Goodness. Well, it's coming up soon, right? I forgot that the timer, like, shows up a little bit earlier now. Okay. Anyway. Ad break will be starting here in a few minutes, so we should have enough time to read the next card. And shadow. Keywords here are wholeness, integration, and repressed emotions. As one being, you are absorbing the shadow half of yourself. The aspect of yourself that you'd rather keep concealed emerges and surfaces, forcing you to face it. As difficult as this task is, it is essential to build internal unity and harmony in order to rise to higher realms. Do not allow the suppression of others' views and opinions of the past to rule over you and control you. You may actively begin the healing effort after you are completely aware of what you would rather hide from the world. Accept and embrace the dark elements of yourself that you previously felt compelled to hide. You can begin to learn from, forgive, and grow from the trauma of suppression once you know that you have complete control over your own reality. Going very in line with that last card. The old wounds and traumas have been released, and they no longer affect the person you are today. Although it can be tough to let go of deep-rooted pain, remember that you are all-powerful and capable of manifesting everything you choose. Reality is a product of thought and imagination. Therefore, to gain control over it, you must realize that you are in control. If the anguish of past suppressed memories and emotions arises, understand that you have the power to acknowledge what happened in the past, and that you now live in the present. Sitting with your shadow entails sitting with the side of yourself that is formed as a result of past experiences. As you forgive the old version of yourself for not knowing any better, or for not trusting in your inner knowing, you begin merging with your shadow. Funny, considering the conversation we just had the other day there, Brie. The affirmation for this is, I accept that my past does not define me. I forgive my past. I accept all aspects and parts of me. I am in control of who I am. I am loved. I am worthy. I am strong. Okay. Yeah, I got this one about, like, a week and a half ago. Right as things started shifting for me. So, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yup. Okay, I needed some tea because my throat was starting to... Yeah. Okay. So, let's see what the Embroidered Graveyard Oracle wants to add to this, and what Spirit directly wants to say. So, ads are should be starting here in about 30 seconds. So, we're gonna pull them and I'll show them, but we won't read them quite yet. Just in case anyone gets stuck in ads. Oof. Oh. I'm sorry. Ads are in progress. We have self-love, adventure, which they really, really love giving us. Especially, I swear I get this one almost every time I fucking use the deck myself, because they really like reminding me that, like, I'm safe. And that's kind of what adventure says. And familiar. I won't read these yet, because we currently have ads. Yeah, I'm sorry about your necklace, Egg. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we have self-love, adventure, and familiar. If only you looked, or we're reading self-love here. If only you looked at yourself the way we, your spirit family, do. If you loved yourself the way we love you, then you would see how perfect you are, in every way. When the inner critic speaks loudly and incessantly, try to remember they do not speak the truth, and you are so much more than the sum of your parts. Come and talk with us whenever the inner critic gets too loud. Oh. I love that one. It also reminds me of one of the poems that I wrote recently. The star one, I believe it was. Also, just because I'm going to read the introspection section for this as well, there are 2 parts for each card, 2 sections for each card. There's a spirit communing section if you use it to communicate with spirit directly. There's also an introspection section if you're just kind of doing like readings for yourself and stuff. Just kind of trying to do like some introspection on yourself. Because this deck was made for 2 purposes. One being to communicate directly with spirit, which is why it uses the aesthetics of the Ouija board. And 2, as a tool to be used for shadow work, which requires you to do some self-reflection. So, the introspection section for this says, if you have any fear of trying something new, or have trouble giving yourself that much-needed self-love, remember that your bones are carbon, the very stuff of the earth and stars. The very stuff the earth and stars are made of. There's sparks of electricity in your heart and brain. There is water in your blood, air in your lungs, and starlight bursts from your smile. You are every element. There is a universe inside you, a small part of the very same one that made you. You deserve to try, and you are so much more than your worst anxieties. That goes really well with the Conjurer card, because that one also talks about, like, being one with the universe. And then we have adventure. Your guides, your spirit guides and ancestors have looked ahead and can see the path is clear and safe for you. This is the yes that leads to change. Yes to the promotion, yes to moving to a new city, yes to a date. This card says don't let fear keep your life small. If there are genuine reasons not to proceed, then by all means follow those. However, if fear is the only reason, it's not a valid one, and we're not allowing it. Thanks. Open the gates and expand your world. You'll be rewarded for your yes actions, so make sure you take them. Because you can't have adventure without action, can you? And familiar. Familiar is another spell card. This one invites you to call on the universe to guide you via the signs, symbols, and imagery of the animal world. After casting the Alignment with the Universe spell on page 223 to activate this card, be on the lookout for animal symbols and search your dreams to interpret them. The universe is trying to guide you, and you should seek answers by being observant. You don't need to perform the spell, but it could always help usher in some clarity. Be on the lookout for animal symbols everywhere, in your daily life, on social media, and in nature. So, some of you may have been getting some signs involving animals. So keep an eye out for those. Egg, I know you already know what yours are. You see a lot of owls, so. Yeah. Just lots of birds. Alrighty, so I hope that message helps. Did you? Yeah, haven't you had, like, signs with involving rabbits before? I feel like you've said something about that before. Yeah. I know there are two guides that I need to start, like, connecting to and actually working with, but I haven't done that yet because I've just kind of been feeling a little drained. But I plan on doing that when I have the energy. Okay. I think that was good enough for opening collectives. I think we'll just do one. So, let me go ahead and open the queue. Okay, queue is open. Hello again, Aunt. I hope you're doing well. You stretch out my back a little bit. Oh, that's better. Okay. Are you ready, Egg? Okay. Let's see. What message do you need to hear today, Egg? Why am I getting stuffy? Ugh. Oh. Oh. Treasure wrist. Okay. So. We have 2 cups cards for you, Egg. The Ace of Cups and the King of Cups reversed. So, these did both pop out reversed initially, but, this one also wants to kind of be upright because it's flip-flopping. And I also get the sense that the same thing is kind of present here with the King of Cups as well. Okay. We'll get to that one in a minute, though. Ooh. There's hair in my eyeball. Okay. So, this is kind of like leaning back into what I started saying earlier, with that, like, collective, like, reading here, okay? About repressing emotions, because that's here what both the, that's what both the King of Cups reversed here, and the fact that the Ace of Cups also kind of wanted to lean into that reversal energy as well. That's what that's telling me here, okay? Like, both of those are combining to just kind of, like, just emphasize that there is an emotion, like, a repression of emotions, okay? And if you want to get to that Six of Wands energy, with that, like, victory and, like, coming out on top and just getting what you want, okay? You do need to continue working to actually express those emotions. That doesn't mean that you have to just kind of come out with them entirely and talk with this, like, person that you're interested in, okay? That's not what it means. Express them to yourself, though, okay? Even if you're not showing anyone else, talking about it with anyone else, express them to yourself. Perhaps by, you know, like, writing about it. Since you do like writing a lot, and you write a lot of poetry, and it's very beautiful. Write about it. Express those emotions through that if that helps you, okay? And the important part is to give it a, give it a vessel. Give it a container, okay? Give it an outlet. Okay? Express it through that if you need to. If you're still a little bit too afraid and hesitant to reach out and actually just kind of be open about your true feelings in their entirety with this other person, okay? Because, yeah, it can be a bit scary. And that's perfectly alright. Hello, fly. Little shit has been annoying me, like, all day. I think he got in when I took out the trash earlier. I like how I know, I like how it landed exactly on the Six of Wands, too. And right when I was about to say, like, if you want to lean into it, and he landed on it again for a second there. If you want to get to that energy, okay, where that victory where you come out on top and you get what you want here, okay, like I said earlier, continue working with that, okay? Continue working through those emotions and allowing yourself to express them rather than just kind of shoving them aside, okay? And let's see what the oracle wants to add. Mm-hmm. We have Trinity and Shadow again. I like how what's one of those keywords? If it'll focus. I had a feeling that one was gonna pop out again. Okay. Trinity. Keywords are balancing decisions, priorities, and adapting to change. When you have so many wishes, focus on manifesting one at a time. Your energy may be too spread out. Keep in mind, not every wish may be a blessing. Weigh the pros and cons and hyper-focus on one. Prioritize your energy to meet one goal and move on once achieved. You may be needing to pivot if what you seek isn't aligned for your greatest good. Make a list of all you're grateful for. Stop focusing on what you get and start focusing on what you give. Money, rewards, and success will come automatically if you have something to give. Listen to your intuition when the universe is revealing the truth. You will know it by what aligns and feels right. Some say they experience ringing in their ears. You may experience a deafening sensation with a pleasant pressure in your ears that makes you feel slightly euphoric. Ultimately, you'll feel an expansion and excitement when you are aligned with the right step. You'll know when something is false and out of alignment when you experience struggle, discomfort, agitation, irritability, or restlessness. The universe is saying listen to your body. The sensations and emotions are your keys. Emotions are key, huh? The affirmation for this is my focus and determination are in alignment with my greatest good. I am productive and complete tasks efficiently. I trust my inner guidance. Yeah. And then we have the shadow card again. Keywords here are wholeness, integration, and repressed emotions. As one being, you are absorbing the shadow half of yourself. The aspect of yourself that you'd rather keep concealed emerges and surfaces, forcing you to face it. As difficult as this task is, it is essential to build internal unity and harmony in order to rise to higher realms. Do not allow the suppression of others' views and opinions of the past to rule over and control you. You may actively begin the healing effort after you are completely aware of what you would rather hide from the world. Accept and embrace the dark elements of yourself that you previously felt compelled to hide. You can begin to learn from, forgive, and grow from the trauma of suppression once you know that you have complete control over your own reality. The old wounds and traumas have been released, and they no longer affect the person you are today. Although it can be tough to let go of deep-rooted pain, remember that you are all-powerful and capable of manifesting everything you choose. Reality is a product of thought and imagination. Therefore, to gain control over it, you must realize that you are in control. If the anguish of the past, suppressed memories, and emotions arises, understand that you have the power to acknowledge what happened in the past and that you now live in the present. Sitting with your shadow entails sitting with the side of yourself that is formed as a result of past experiences. As you forgive the old version of yourself for not knowing any better or for not trusting in your inner knowing, you begin merging with your shadow. Hello, Adam! Yeah, I just saw it again out of the corner of my eye. He just really wants to emphasize that there's a win, okay? There's victory. So, victory is assured. Stop doubting it. Thank you, Brief. We'll get into that right after Egg's reading here. Divine Chaos and Dance. The path is not easy. This is Divine Chaos, by the way, my bad. Divine Chaos says, the path is not easy, but remember you do not walk it alone. Lean on us, your spirit guides, ancestors, and deities. We need to clear a path for you and your betterment, so let go and allow us to. This is temporary. Surrender and rest whilst we work. There are jewels of wisdom to be found whilst you're hunkered down in the den of your surrender. The rest and experience will make you wiser. You'll have wisdom and your path will be clear. You will be unstoppable. I love that. Thank you, Adam. Okay, and Dance. Your guides wish to lift you, to guide you to a place where you are truly in the moment, experiencing life and not watching it from the sidelines. It is. It is card number 22. Your guides wish to lift you, to guide to a place where you are truly in the moment, experiencing life and not watching it from the sidelines. Beautiful wallflower, when was the last time you truly let go and gave yourself permission to just enjoy the way your body feels when it dances? When did you last genuinely express an emotion and without self-doubt? Oof. Time to do so today. Allow yourself as many beautiful sunsets, hugs, and dances as you can. Allow yourself to simply be and respond without doubt. Trust the way your body feels. I like how that one also has an has a mention of expressing emotions. That's cute. I love that. And I hope that message helps. Of course. Alright. And we'll go ahead and get you an oracle card here in a moment, Adam. Thank you again for redeeming a card for Adam, Bree. Okay. What does Adam need to hear? have crossed. Keywords are choices, searching for purpose, and daydreaming. Shed the past and sever the ties to any obligation of fulfilling others' expectations. Choose your spiritual path and follow a daily spiritual practice for clear answers. Stay out of harm's way by displaying courage, strength, calmness, and confidence. Trust what feels good and follow the path of light. What comes easy is right. What feels like a struggle or is consistently burdening must go. Let go of any people or projects that are constantly posing problems and are too difficult. What is meant for you will come easily. Be willing to flow more freely and attract more blessings. If you feel you have to jump through too many hoops, it's not for you. Meditate to gain clarity and connect with spirit for guidance. Make this connection a daily practice. Leave behind old habits. Consider what serves you by what you love to do and do it unapologetically. Let go of how you want to be perceived in this world. Trust your instincts. Dedicating to your spiritual practice will unveil part of your life path. Shed any burden or feelings of obligations. Your life path is a spiritual one. Some relationships are holding you back from doing what's right for your soul. Shed past beliefs or relationships that do not serve you. You are being called to choose a new direction that sets you free and clears your path to abundance. The affirmation for this card is, I am acting on inspiration and insights. I move through life with ease and grace. So, let go of what isn't serving you anymore. Let go of those past situations, okay? And let go of any guilt or shame that was accumulated from those, okay? I swear I'm going to go get my fly swatter and zap the fuck out of this little fly. Because he's annoying me. Yeah. Just keep going. Okay? Alrighty, we have... It says ads are starting soon. But let me go ahead and move to the next person in queue. Hey, I don't mind some bugs. Flies are just annoying little shits. Okay? Like those cute little jumping spiders? I love those. They're adorable. Butterflies. Moths. Lightning bugs. Dragonflies. All beautiful. I love them. They're also adorable. And there are also some really cool-ass named moths that look really fucking awesome. Flies? Nah. Annoying. Get out of here. Also, I should probably go ahead and issue a last call for queue here for anyone who wants to join. Okay. Ads should be over. Yeah. As I was about to say, yep, because some people may have been blocked by ads. Last call for Q, if anyone wants to join. Thank you, Aunt. Hi, Kels. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Aw.
The Egg System gifted a tier 1 sub to Kels.
Thank you, Egg, for gifting a sub to Kels.
They have given 5 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah. I understand that feeling, Kels. I haven't been sleeping, like, very well, so... Yeah. Alrighty. Anyway. Are you ready, honeybee? I also know that feeling too, Egg. Because depression. Yeah. Depression will do that to you sometimes. Quite frequently, in fact. Well, in my experience, anyway. Alright. And let's go ahead and see. Yeah, sleep apnea does that as well, yep. Alright, honeybee, let's see what you need to hear today. We're getting a lot of cups energy today, man. Okay. And we have the Page of Swords again. Like, this is almost the exact same, like, reading that we had at the very beginning in the collective, but it's... There's one card that's different, and the 2 cards that were present in the collective reading this time are reversed. So, we have the Ace of Cups reversed, and the Page of Swords reversed, which were both present in the collective, followed by the, 3 of Pentacles. So I get the sense that there's definitely something that's kind of just creating, like, a bit of a blockage here. And that there's something that's kind of, like, getting you a bit down. And given the place, like, given the presence of the 3 of Pentacles, I get the sense that this is kind of involving, like, work for some reason. I don't know if there are, like, people who are just kind of making work generally unpleasant for you, or if, like, you're looking for a job and job search is kind of not going really well for you. But yeah. Ah, okay. Okay. Interesting. Is there something in your job that you're unhappy with right now? Or something that's leaving you unsatisfied? No? Weird. Let's see if we can get a clarifier on that card then for you. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get a clarifier to see what it's actually involved. Okay. That clarifies it very, very, clearly. The Hierophant. Three of Pentacles and the Hierophant together. Learning. Hierophant can very frequently be about, the Hierophant can very frequently be about, like, higher learning, or just learning in general. It doesn't necessarily have to be higher learning. Okay? So, and the Three of Pentacles can also be about learning as well. Learning new skills. Okay? So, there are definitely some just kind of learning in some capacity or learning new skills. Whether this be something that's just kind of like a passion for you, like, not necessarily a passion, but something that you're interested in doing for yourself, that you're just kind of like not doing because you feel like it's not really going to like go anywhere, or that there's no point to doing it. Or whether this be, learning just for something involving like your job potentially. There are skills here that could be gathered that would benefit you and that would probably bring you a lot of happiness if you actually lean into it and allow yourself to just kind of go for it. Okay? Whatever it is that you've been considering, like, learning or picking up, even if you feel like there's no point to it, even if you feel like there's no point to it, there doesn't have to be a point to it, okay? Do things just because you enjoy them. There doesn't have to be a purpose. Besides that. That's fine. You're all good. Oh. Also, like, you're completely, like, okay here. I'm not gonna judge you for that whatsoever, cause, yeah. But go for it, okay? Go for it. If that's something you're interested in, just go for it. Don't worry about, like, what other people are going to think of you, okay? It's all about what makes you happy. and what makes you feel fulfilled, okay? But yeah. Absolutely go for it, okay? Go for it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That makes that Three of Pentacles make a lot more sense, yes. But yes. Lean into that curiosity. Lean into those, like, ideas and follow them. Don't hold yourself back here. Okay? Go for it. Look into it. Explore it. Follow those curiosities and those interests. Follow your heart. Hey. Speaking from someone who usually comes across that way, okay? At least according to, like, most people who, like, know me. I may not necessarily appear it either. Yeah. I'm, also... I identify more as a switch because I enjoy both sides of that. But, both dom and sub. And, particularly for me, dom is connected to, pegging. Okay. Just gonna... Yeah. So that's kind of how that plays out for me. Honestly, for, like, some people, that gets them off. Someone who's normally, like, very, very, like, sweet and unassuming, but then they find out that there's, like, that dominant side to you. A lot of people are gonna find that hot as fuck, okay? So, don't get too in your head about that. Hell yeah. I'm all for people just kind of, like, living their best lives, especially, like, in regards to just kind of, like, sexuality, because you should never fucking repress that, okay? Ever. Like, fuck what other people think. Just you do you, okay? Alright, let's see what the fucking Oracle deck wants to add here. I gotta say that that's probably like probably one of the more interesting readings that I've had. I will say that. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, I've had some really interesting ones before, but this one is probably, this one's at the top, probably. Like, somewhere in the top. It's definitely somewhere in the top. Because that shit's funny. Um, Funnily enough, we have this card again. Right. Being at the top, fitting in with doming, yep. Okay, so we have crossed again. Keywords here are choices, searching for purpose, and daydreaming. Shed the past and sever ties to any obligations of fulfilling others' expectations. Choose your spiritual path and follow a daily spiritual practice for clear answers. Stay out of harm's way by displaying courage, strength, calmness, and confidence. Trust what feels good and follow the path of light. What comes easy is right. What feels like a struggle is consistently burdening must go. Let go of any people or projects that are constantly posing problems and are too difficult. What is meant for you will come easily. Be willing to flow more freely and attract more blessings. If you feel you have to jump through too many hoops, it's not for you. Meditate to gain clarity and connect with spirit for guidance. Make this connection a daily practice. Leave behind old habits that cause low vibrations. Consider what serves you by what you love to do, and do it unapologetically. Let go of how you want to be perceived in this world. Trust your instincts. Dedicating to your spiritual practice will unveil part of your life path. Shed any burdens of feelings of obligations. Yeah. Shed any burdens or feelings of any obligations. Your life path is a spiritual one. Some relationships are holding you back from doing what's right for your soul. Shed past beliefs or relationships that do not serve you. You are being called to a new direction that sets you free and clears your path to abundance. As this card has said, like, in a couple parts, be yourself unapologetically, and don't give in to, like, what other people think of you, okay? Go for it. If it's what you want to do, go for it. If it's how you want to just kind of express yourself, fucking do it. And that's also very, very fitting, too, for, like, the Hierophant reversed. For me, the Hierophant reversed is usually just kind of... It's that rebellious energy, okay? About going against the grain. And that energy is definitely fitting here. But yeah. Yeah. But yes, absolutely go for it, okay? Like, you do you. You do you. As long as you're all good with it, your partner's all good with it, go for it. Go for it. Alrighty, and let's see. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Okay. We're gonna try this one more time. I'm not sure that they have anything else to add to this. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. Okay, we have one here, it looks like. Oh, looks like we have two, perhaps, actually. Okay, we have one, actually. I thought there was going to be another one, but no. They finally decided on one. Okay. The spirit communing section for this is all of your ancestors gather and look to you with love, joy, and hope. Their message is to check in with them whenever you need help and support. There are so many of them stretching back throughout an ocean of time. This makes them incredibly strong in their numbers. Lean on them. The introspection section for this card says, our time on this precious planet is so short. To the universe, we are here and gone in no more than a blink of an eye, compared to the vast expanse of time it has experienced. So yes, try to do our best, do our part, but never ever forget to put joy and love at the absolute top of our priority list. It's the only thing that outlives us. The memories that others hold of us in their hearts. So make some amazing ones. Well, I guess they're saying get your freak on, so... That introspection section, though, is kind of where it gets put best. Again, like it says, our lives are so short. Have as much fun as you fucking can with it, okay? If that's what you want to do, go for it. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for Probably one of the most interesting readings that I've had. Oh. Hey, like, I always love when people are just like super direct and blunt about things, and when people are just kind of like unapologetically themselves and don't really give a fuck what other people are gonna think. So, yes. uh, okay, Bree. Also, I just remembered I issued last call for Q and then I never closed it. Let me close Q. Okay. We're all good. Oh. Okay, let's see what you have to hear today. What you need to hear today. Rather. Okay. You had like 3 cards pop out immediately. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We have the 9 of Wands, the King of Pentacles, and the 10 of Swords. That reminds me, I never showed the alternate artwork that exists for the 10 of Swords with this deck. Oh, but you have an ad break, of course. I'll show it after ad break, then. I'll pull it out. I'll continue with your reading here, but I'm gonna pull out the alternate 10 of Swords card. So, that 9 of Wands did kind of pop out, like, reversed. Okay. Which is kind of telling me that that reversal energy is being called on, but it did ultimately flip upright. It chose to be upright. So, there's definitely, like, some things that have just kind of, like, that energy from the 9 of Wands is just kind of, like, that energy of just kind of, like, wanting to give up on things, okay? And that is kind of tying in with that energy of the 10 of Swords, which often feels like defeat. So, and this might have something to do with, you know, what you were talking about earlier about, like, kind of dwelling on, like, past events again. But, I don't get the sense that you're really letting it get the better of you. This is just a reminder. that oh, I haven't. If you're looking for the alternate art of the Ten of Swords, I didn't show it. Yeah, and that's pretty much where I'm like getting the vibe I'm getting is it's kind of a little bit about like the events that you were talking or the things you were talking about earlier, but it's mostly just kind of like getting really down on yourself about like financial situations still. And this is kind of where you're experiencing some struggle still and a lot of uncertainty and just kind of wondering what the point of it all is. Okay. And the advice here is to just like again, don't let this get the better of you. Keep going, keep seeing this through, keep pushing through this, okay? There are better things on the other side. Okay? Where you'll be financially stable, you'll be on top of things, and you won't have to worry so much about like all these struggles that you're facing currently here, okay? Just keep pushing through it. Thank you for landing on the Nine of Wands. Fly. Okay, so the alternate art for the Ten of Swords here. So this is the regular Ten of Swords. And this is actually kind of how this deck started. The artist for this deck actually, like, in like a period of struggle themselves, drew a piece of art and kind of posted it on their social media pages, and it ended up resonating with a lot of people, and that led to them actually creating this entire deck. And that art can actually be found on the alternate Ten of Swords card here. Rather than saying the Ten of Swords, it kind of very much aligns with how a lot of us just kind of experience this Ten of Swords energy. And I can see why it would have been very relatable. Everything is fine. Meanwhile, everything is not fine. Clearly. And that's a vibe. That's a mood. And it was that piece of art that they posted on social media that led to the creation of this entire deck. I especially like that the girl, the woman on that card there is just kind of, if you can't see, she's lying there just kind of scrolling her phone. It's very much giving doom scrolling vibes. It's really easy to get overwhelmed by everything that's happening within the world when we're just constantly consuming social media. Constantly consuming content, constantly consuming news especially. It's not really very healthy. So... But yeah, anyway. So... just keep pushing through, okay? And it will... know that there are better things on the other side where you won't be in this period of struggle here, okay? Where you will be able to just kind of not have to worry about the financial struggles that you're dealing with currently. And just know that you will find success, okay? You will find success with these things, because that's what the King of Pentacles is. So just keep holding on, okay? The key card here is just the Nine of Wands. Keep holding on. Keep pushing through, okay? Oof. I got the hiccups. Oh yeah. I also do want to, also, again, I do want to state before I state the other thing that it's completely optional. Okay. Completely optional. It's never something I expect. Ever. But, just as a reminder, because we're a little bit over, like, halfway through the month, for anyone who does want to purchase a coffee reading, a private reading on coffee, they are still 40% off. So, I actually just realized I've never posted the link to the discount on Twitch anywhere. I should probably update one of my commands for that. It's exclamation point shop. But they are still 40% off for the entire remaining month of October. So, just want to state that. That's something I talked about, like I posted like on Discord and also posted like on social media, but it was something that I never really talked about here, and that was something I only just realized. But yeah. I may have, but I don't think I ever... I think I just briefly mentioned it. They're really thinking about a card here. Probably because they're waiting for me to stop yapping. There we go. Serpent. Keywords here are rebirth, unconventionality, and nonconformity. Now is the time to embrace your authentic self and let your true light shine brighter than it ever has before. This is your message of hope to spread and share to others, that difference is beautiful, and that difference should be celebrated. Regardless of how you are perceived or evaluated, listen to your truth, and pursue what your heart tells you to. The world of others are not the same as yours. The worlds of others, rather, are not the same as yours. So get to know yourself well enough to comprehend and accept that their perception of you is not who you are. You are more knowledgeable about yourself than they will ever be. Their assessment of you is based on their sense of reality, which is a different version of your reality. It makes no difference what their reality is. You're a unique breed. Or unique breed? And that's precisely what you need to be. The projection of fear cast on you from others were causing you to hide away from the world. You're starting to break free from conformity and become your true self, and you're entering a period of rebirth. The affirmation for this card is, I love the person I am becoming. I am here to shine. I am at peace with myself. I love and accept myself unconditionally. I am authentically me. Exactly. Bree. Hello. Hello. We have adventure. Okay. We got this for the collective, didn't we? Yeah, thank you for reminding me. My goodness. Adventure. Your spirit guides and ancestors have looked ahead and can see that the path is clear and safe for you. This is the yes that leads to change. Yes to the promotion. Yes to moving to a new city. Yes to a date. This card says don't let fear keep your life small. If there are genuine reasons not to proceed, then by all means follow these. However, if fear is the only reason, it's not a valid one, and we're not allowing it. Thanks. Open the gates and expand your world. You'll be rewarded for your yes actions, so make sure to take them. Because you can't have adventure without action, can you? So don't let that fear get the better of you, okay? Yeah, exactly. Just do what makes you happy. Like things will be okay. Alrighty. Okay. Let's see what the Illuminator's amulet wants to add. Bye, honeybee. I wish you all the best with your pursuits there. Okay. Your amulet card is transformation is on the horizon. So leaning very much into that, like, just better things ahead, okay? Okay. Sorry queue filled up so much before you got here, Adam. But have a good rest of your night at work. I'll see you later. Alrighty. It is your turn. And okay, one moment here. Let me take a drink of my tea. General's typically what I do anyway. Aside from the occasional special nights where I will ask like specific questions. Oh. Oh, and we have an ad break, because of course we do, but it's okay because you have turbo anyway, so let's go ahead and see what you need to hear. Okay. What message do you need to hear today? Oh no. Oh no. Not this card again. At least this time it's reversed. Okay. We have the Ten of Swords once again, but this time it's reversed. So. Then we also have the Queen of Pentacles. One card off from the card that was in this exact position last time. And then we have the Ace of Wands. Alrighty. So, your message here is, so, this period of, like, struggle, this period of struggle and, like, just kind of being overwhelmed by things and just kind of being unable to, like, really do too much, okay? Just not really having the energy to, like, feeling like you don't really have the energy to, like, take on the things that you actually need to and stuff. Just know that, there is a shift coming, okay? And this will, like, shift into a state where you have more energy and just kind of feel more like yourself again, okay? Like, these swords here will fall away, and you'll be released from them, and just released from this just kind of state of just kind of like feeling very defeated and just feeling just done. Okay, like they'll eventually begin to fall away, okay, and you'll be in this more like grounded, stable place where you have more energy and where you're able to reconnect with that just kind of like inner spark and that ability to just go, okay? But for now, don't put too much pressure on yourself to perform, okay? I know a lot of people and society as a whole would have us believe otherwise, but not everything needs to be done like right this minute, okay? Especially in regards to just kind of like home life. We kind of feel like everything has to be neat and tidy and that we have to be keeping on top of those things, but sometimes we just don't have the fucking energy for it, okay? And there's no reason to feel like guilty for that and like be super harsh with yourself. So, and in fact, like trying to like, yeah, exactly, like pushing yourself that hard and like trying to like force yourself to do all these things, that just leads to burnout, and that leads to this exact situation where you're just kind of, yeah, perhaps in a similar position to this person here. Or that's about all you have the energy to do. Yeah. I know that feeling, and that's something that, like, I've struggled with. I think I'm pretty sure we talked about this, like, last time I mentioned that, you know, like, I've been in a similar place. I've been in a similar place, okay? And it's only something that's started lessening for me, and, that I've started recovering from myself. Is it still, like, is it back to where it needs to be yet? No. There's still a lot of things I need to address, but I'm also doing my best to just kind of, like, not tell myself a bunch of, like, awful shit. Like, I'll get to it when I actually have the ability to. And that's just kind of sometimes the energy that we have to take with ourselves is just being gentle, being loving and compassionate to ourselves and understanding of ourselves. Like, you wouldn't be that harsh with like a friend or like someone that you care about. Why are you gonna do that to yourself? You tell them that it sounds like they need to go relax and go rest because they're pushing themselves too hard. And that it'll get done when it gets done. Like, I just took out the trash earlier, and that's when that little fucking annoying fly that keeps popping up got inside. I swear, after stream, I'm just gonna go get my electric fly swatter. I'm gonna zap the fuck out of that little shit. Because he's annoying me. But anyway. But yeah, so like, just do what you can to, start making a dent in things, but don't try to force yourself to do everything all at once, okay? And when your body is telling you that, like, it can't do it anymore and that you need to go rest, rest and don't feel guilty for it. Okay? If you have no energy, you just have no energy. If you have no motivation, you just have no motivation. There's not really a whole lot that you can do in that regard. Especially if you're someone who suffers from some form of neurodivergency like ADHD or autism. Executive dysfunction is a bitch. And no matter how you tell yourself that you want to go do something and that you know that you need to go do something and you should, nope. Brain already made that decision. Executive dysfunction already made that decision for you, and there is no forcing it. So, just do what you can when you can, okay? You're not lazy, especially, like, and that goes, like, for everyone, but, like, even more emphasis placed on that for those that do suffer from neurodivergency and have executive dysfunction. You're not fucking lazy, okay? And I know in my experience, that was a phrase that I had tossed at me a lot growing up. And that's... yeah. That's kind of why I tell myself the same thing, because it's what I heard growing up. And that goes for anyone, unfortunately. Sometimes the people that, you know, like, we love and that are meant to care for us kind of end up, unfortunately, passing along some of their own traumas. And so we mirror their behavior, repeat that behavior, and then we start telling ourselves the same thing as we get older. And that's exactly the sort of thing that, as a whole, pretty much all of us need to work on undoing. Yeah. I understand what you mean, Aunt. I have had a few people, like, say similar, like, with the similar sentiment. Yeah. And thank you for that, by the way. It may not seem like it does, but it actually does mean a lot to me. So. There's the fly again. But yeah, so just remember not to be so harsh on yourself, and remember that you're not lazy, no matter what anyone in your life may have told you, okay? You're not lazy. Oh. Oh, that sounds like it's gonna be such a sweet card. Beloved. Oh no. I just saw the first line. Oh no. Love, reciprocity, and intertwinement are the keywords here. Spirit is pleading with you to learn to love yourself as much as you are loved by others. In the spiritual realm, your guides love you unconditionally. Allow yourself to discover and create your own sense of authenticity. You're still in the process of learning. You're eliminating fears and obstacles, and by doing so, you'll be able to teach people about their own lives, while also learning the truths about the other side. You have so much to give in terms of love. Give it freely. Your mission is to investigate every complex channel of your existence, and learn everything you can. With your awareness of your purpose, you bring healing to so many people who are saddened because they are experiencing exactly what you are. Suppression and fear of being true to themselves. In the meantime, learn as much as you can and experience exactly what you want. Do what you love and it will lead you where you need to go. Spirit is saying that they always have your back. You will always have enough. Do not act out of fear. Let go and trust that your path is designed for so much abundance. Trust it. Follow it. Give others a reason to be true to themselves. Set a standard of living by example through love. By accepting everyone without judgment, including yourself, you teach the art of authenticity. No one is perfect, and no one is less. No one is better or more right. No one is more important than anyone else. Oh, fuck. And that card encapsulates exactly my goal here. Mm-hmm. And the affirmation for this card is, I embrace, accept, and reciprocate the love that is bestowed upon me from the universe. But yes, like, that perfectly encapsulates my goal here. Like, perfectly. Pretty much. And that's exactly why, like, hearing messages like that mean so much to me. And spirit guides have told me that, like, pretty much that's why they led me to be here, like, a year and a half ago, so. Okay. Let's see. What is embroidered? Yes, embroidered graveyard. It would help if I could talk. When can I ever talk? Honestly. Okay. That card flipped over. And I flipped it back over because I wasn't certain if they wanted to actually, like, want that card actually being shown, but apparently they do because I shuffled and it popped out. So they're like, no, we flipped that for a reason. Pay attention to it. Okay, so the first one here is Live Deliciously, and the one that flipped over, I flipped back over, and then popped out immediately after shuffling again, is Perspective. Thank you, Bree. Your spirits and guides are telling you... Oh, sorry, this is Live Deliciously. Your spirits and guides are telling you there are always ways you can take the amount of enjoyment in life to the next level. For example, a bath is wonderful, but what about Bubbles, your favorite book, and reading it by candlelight whilst you soak? Boom, you're doing it. You're living deliciously. What if you lived more aspects of your life in this way? Take that little bit of time to turn your 6 activity into a 10. Give yourself permission to squeeze every last drop of joy out of life. You hear that? Do things you enjoy. And enjoy them as much as possible. Without feeling guilt. And then Perspective. Ah, that's why this card felt familiar. This is like one of the first cards I got from this deck. And it's very much going to go in line with Live Deliciously. When this card appears, it's saying the Fae are close and wish to work with you. It could also be the energy of a light-hearted deity that enjoys the hedonistic partaking in alcohol or other substances, perhaps like Pan or Dionysus. You don't have to consume those substances if you wish not to. You could try dancing, singing, or create a fairy garden to shift your frequency and honor the deity who has come to party with you. So, using those examples of the Fae and like Pan and Dionysus, especially Dionysus, okay? He was the god of like wine, debauchery, and like celebration, okay? He is the god of those things. Not was, but is. I have a similar energy like to that I like to call Mr. Sass. I've talked about him a little bit here on like stream and stuff. It's all about that energy of just fun, okay? They want you to have fun. They want you to enjoy your time. They knew the value of those things, okay? These beings. They knew the value of that. And how important it is to just survive, okay? It's not just a luxury. It is necessary for survival. Because it's those very things that carry you through some of the darkest parts of your life. When everything just feels super heavy. When everything feels like it's on fire. It's that sense of whimsy. That sense of enjoyment. Of fun that will carry you through. Okay? There's no reason to feel guilty for that. So, if you don't have much energy to actually take care of, you know, things in your, like, the mundane things in your daily life, Don't feel bad for that. Just take time to rest and enjoy yourself. Okay? Replenish yourself, because that's also what those things are about. They're about replenishing yourself. Allow yourself to do those things and enjoy them without feeling guilt, and allow them to restore you. Okay? Hello again, fly. Ugh. Okay. So I hope that message helped. And thank you for stopping by. Really want some tea. My throat is starting to get really dry again. Okay. That's better. Okay. It's your turn, Crypto Girl, if you're still here. Also, one other thing that I do want to add too is like don't be too hard on yourself if you're not perfect at just kind of like being compassionate with yourself either, okay? The key thing to remember is that if being harsh on yourself and being super critical of yourself worked, it would have actually worked by now. Being compassionate, showing yourself grace and understanding is how you begin to heal those wounds. And that can also be boosted with the assistance of others who show you those same things. There is a lot of emphasis, and rightfully so, with learning to love yourself, and that being most important, but the love of others is also just as important. So. I'm not sure this person is here anymore. So, we're probably just gonna go ahead and move to the next person in queue. I'm not sure if that's pronounced Stasia. Are you still here? Also, let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So ads starting in about 45 seconds-ish, so. My goodness. Hiccups. Ads are starting soon, and also it shows this person is still being in the viewer list, so they should still be here, but they might be busy. So, for the closing collective, should we, use the Beloved Dead and the Embroidered Graveyard together? That emote is adorable. Yeah, okay. We can see what Spirit wants to tell us directly with those two together. Hello! Okay, ads should be over, so. Shows the next person in queue is still in chat, but they might be busy, so. Or they just might be away. So I think we're just gonna go move on to the next person. And if they come back, I'll just give them their reading. So. Okay. So, Kalis, that means you're up next. Okay. Let's see. Let me take another drink of tea first. Okay. What do you need today, Kels? first. So we have a lot of Cups energy here for you. We have the Star, the Page of Cups, Four of Cups, and Knight of Cups reversed. So this is just kind of yeah, there's a lot of Cups energy. See, hold on. I want to go check something. What are we looking at right now for like these spots? Specifically the moon. What sign is the moon in? Taurus. Interesting. But yeah, there's definitely lots of just Cups energy apparently today. So but anyway, so the two cards that are speaking to me the loudest right now are the Four of Cups and the Knight of Cups reversed. Together, they're kind of like speaking to just kind of like disillusionment and frustration. Okay? Disillusionment meaning essentially like things haven't quite gone the way that you've wanted them to, or quite how you expected them to, and that's just kind of left you with a feeling of disappointment. Because you feel like things aren't really going your way. You might feel like a personal attack is kind of like the word that comes to mind for some reason. Or the phrase, rather. Just kind of feeling like a personal attack, like everything's just kind of like stacked against you and things aren't just really ever going to go in your favor. Okay. And so it's definitely just kind of like personal attack vibes. Oh shit. Yeah. And yeah, that's leading to a lot of just kind of like frustration and unhappiness. You're not really quite happy with where things are right now, okay? And that might just kind of be leading to you just kind of feeling a bit uncertain, a bit unsure, and just that makes sense because I heard very, very loudly personal attack. So yeah, that tracks. And that's kind of leading to you just kind of feeling very frustrated and very uncertain and stuff, and you might be doubting yourself a lot. Because I do get the sense that that Page of Cups reversal energy is kind of being called on a tad here, and that's kind of giving the energy of just kind of like doubting yourself and like your experiences, particularly involving like intuition and spirituality and stuff, but it might just be like generally doubting yourself in the form of like insecurities. So, yeah, there's healing that needs to be done here, okay? There's still a lot of healing necessary here. And that's okay. That's really okay. Like, it's not really all that surprising that you would still just kind of like feel things this heavily, okay? That's not something you should feel bad for. That's not something you should ever feel guilty for or feel shame for, okay? Ever. Like, I understand why you would feel that way. I really do. But, essentially just kind of, with the Page of Cups being ultimately upright, that is also kind of telling me that, to essentially start beginning to really heal from the situation, you essentially need to allow yourself to express those emotions and allow yourself to feel them, okay? Sit with them. Don't worry about like don't try to shove them away, okay? It can be really hard to like sit with and deal with and stuff, and I understand that. But it is something that will need to be confronted here, okay? To really just kind of begin moving forward. And also, with the Four of Cups, also, oftentimes comes the message of, like, showing gratitude for what you do have. And stop focusing on, like, the things that are going wrong, okay? Express gratitude for what you do have, okay? And also, like, if you ever, like, want to talk about things and stuff, I really do mean it when I say that you can reach out to me, okay? I know we haven't really ever talked a whole lot, but, you can reach out to me. And I'd be happy to listen to things, and also, like, just kind of, like, help you, like, work through things in ways that I can, so, yeah. But, yeah. Just, don't repress those emotions, okay? Express them. It's okay to still feel upset by everything. I very much know what that feeling is like. I was recently able to just kind of, like, shift that for myself a little bit, with the help of my guides. Primarily Mr. Sass. I understand, Brie. It's all good. It's all good. But, yeah. I understand what that's like, okay? And given everything that's happened in my life, I know how much it can kind of, like, feel like a bit of a personal attack from the universe. Most of the shit that I've had to deal with in my life are things that no one should ever have to deal with. But I can't really change the fact that they happened. And despite all of that, it did kind of teach me exactly what not to be. So. But anyway, let's go ahead and see what the Oracle deck wants to add. We're snitching on you? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Surrender. That was a lesson I had to learn the hard way. Like I said earlier, with someone else's reading. I think it actually may have been in the first collective. They can't help you until you let them in. And until you actually let them help. And it was about like a week and a half ago that like I quite honestly, to put it simply, I actually had a complete breakdown over the weekend. Like about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. And I wasn't really sure what to do. It involved Mr. Sass. And it was just kind of through that release of things that I ended up kind of like purging a lot of the things that needed to be. And just kind of like letting those emotions out in a way that was just kind of necessary. And after that, like the next day, after that like finally happened, the next day when these things happen, they're usually very significant moments to me. Bree kind of knows a little bit about this because I just talked about it with her, like a couple days ago. I think yeah, it was Tuesday. A day, like the morning after, I like kind of just like cried myself to sleep after having that breakdown. I ended up waking up with the sunrise again, and as time passed I felt better. And those are significant moments for me, and I know that those are like massive turning points for me because that's kind of one of the things that Set is associated with, that is unfortunately just kind of an overlooked aspect of him. Is if you look into his mythology, he was associated with being a protector of Ra long before the events with Osiris ever happened. And in the mythology, he was responsible for carrying Ra, the sun god, across the sky in his solar bark. Just carrying him across the night sky each night after the sun had set, and fighting off the dark serpent Apep each night so that the sun would rise again every morning. And I got a lot of messages from Mr. Sass, a lot, involving like dark nights of the soul, and involving like symbolism that was like kind of tied to that like part of his mythology. I didn't quite understand it until like much later, and it wasn't until like that morning rather, that I really like truly understood it for what that message truly was. And actually just kind of saw it firsthand in action. But that's exactly what he did for me. That's what he's been doing the entire time. He's been carrying me safely. Through my darkest nights. Just kind of ensuring that I would see the light again. So, and it was that morning that it just kind of like all started falling into place for me about what he's truly represented for me. And that was when I started writing poetry, and when I gave him the moniker of Obsidian Mirror. Because it wasn't until then that I really truly understood what he was doing. I have a funny story involving him actually too. I'll tell you that one later if you're interested. Off stream. Because that one's actually kind of wild. But yeah, so, and when you're in, the point of all that being that when you're in those moments, it can really be hard to see any of the positivity and see like any light at the end of that tunnel, okay? But you have to trust it's there. And you have to trust that Spirit is working with you, even when you can't see it, even when they're not talking about it. You have to trust that they're working behind the scenes for you, setting things in motion and guaranteeing that you're going to end up exactly where you need to be, okay? And though it may not seem like it right now, and it may not seem like they're really being very supportive right now, and that they're not really doing a whole lot right now, and though you may feel like yelling at them and asking them, where the fuck is my support? Why the fuck aren't you guys fighting for me? Because I've done that. You have to trust that they are. And don't feel guilty or upset if you found yourself in a similar place, okay? They're understanding. They know that it's not really, you know. Yeah. They know that it's not really about them. Someone is crying. And I don't know who. I don't know if it's one of yours or one of mine. Yeah, I didn't think it was. Because immediately after that, I just kind of like felt like a hug at my heart. So that one's Mr. Sass. But you have to trust that even if they're not like, even if it doesn't seem like they're doing anything, they are. Okay. Anyway. Into the surrender card, because I've been yapping for like ages. The keywords here are letting go, trust, and expansion. Let go of any fears around the vision of how you will achieve the dream. Allow things to flow. Enjoy living more. Find peace, balance, and joy in where you are currently at. Accept where you are and what you have, and be happy with it. Make the best of the life you currently have and your current situation. Take breaks, re-energize, enjoy life, try other things, and balance work and ambition with time off. Listen to your heart. Follow intuition and divine guidance. Meditate and pick the things that Source leads you to. Realize and write down all the choices you have right now. Divine timing is allowing for you to be humble and practice improving your self-worth. Once you feel 100% yourself and the strength of your truth, that is when things will fall into place. Let go of any worries. It will happen when the time is right. Know that it will all work out. The right way will feel easy, and will occur almost naturally. You will be excited about the choice to follow that decision. You will feel inspired. It will feel light. You have a foundation and stability within, and therefore can easily let go and surrender material possessions and connections that no longer serve. The affirmation for this card is, I release all energy that is not aligned with my greatest good. I rid myself of any doubts by remembering that there is a valid reason for everything that happens. Not always true. Sometimes shit just happens, but... yeah. And let's see. Oh. Father. I don't know if you have any, like, men in your spirit team, but this doesn't necessarily have to be a, doesn't necessarily have to be a male. Someone who identifies as male, so. I'm also going to read the description of this card, because I feel like that's probably going to fit, like, the best here. The father archetype is the provider and doer in the dearly departed spirit family, working in tandem with the emotional processing and creativity of the mother archetype in the previous card. We take the internal work we have been doing, the healing and caring for ourselves and others, and now we project this outwards into the world with strength and confidence. This is the card of action and hard work, grit and determination. We are asked to dig deep, find our willpower, and apply it to the situation in question. Yeah, I know that feeling. Even though, like, Mr. Sass is, like, mask presenting and he identifies mostly as male, I've experienced him in just kind of a manner that's more so fluid. So. And even in, like, the fucking, like, mythology, and this came, like, much after he, like, actually came in, in some of the mythology I found too, like, he was given shit for kind of being somewhat feminine and having, like, feminine traits, which just kind of only, like, solidifies that for me even more. But also, like, fuck you. He got a lot of shit. Just seems like people were a bunch of salty bitches who just kind of didn't like that he just kind of went after whatever the fuck he wanted and did whatever the fuck he wanted. And liked, and a bit more than that, whoever he wanted. And actually, speaking of that, the funny thing is, I was playing The Sims like a bit ago. It was actually shortly after, like, the events of, like, that night, and after the pieces had started, like, fitting together. I went back in The Sims because I've made all of my guides, most of my guides rather, not all of them. I've made the main ones, I should say, in The Sims, and I went and looked back, and because I was, like, looking for a specific sim. And I stopped randomly because a sim caught my eye. I'd made a sim that was actually gender fluid, funnily enough, that looked pretty much exactly like Set, but more feminine. I made that one about 2.5, at least over 2.5 years ago, because I know this because that sim did not have pronouns. The pronouns update for The Sims 4 was not added until May 2022. He predates that, or that sim that looks like him predates the pronouns update. So I know that it was before May 2022. That sim is about, like, 2.5 years old, at least. And I know that I made that sim family somewhere between the end of, like, 2021 and the beginning of 2022. I just don't have an exact date for when I made him. them, rather. Because that sim is actually a gender fluid sim that I made. It looks exactly like him, but more feminine. And I stopped and looked at it too. I was just like, what the fuck? Because keep in mind that I can't actually see them. Because, aphantasia, I can't visualize things in my head. It's just blank. I don't actually see images. Quote unquote see images. So I actually don't have the ability to like visualize things. So because of that, I also don't really have the ability to like visualize my guides, but that hasn't stopped them from actually sending me like flashes of images. And I've seen him in that manner once before, and he's also appeared in my dreams quite often. So I know what he looks like because of that, and also because Adam can see them. The sim that I made of Set, I had Adam help me make him. But the sim that I made, again, I had no idea like of any of their presences at this point in time, because I wasn't like very spiritual, because that didn't happen until the end of 2022, and I didn't start experiencing things with my spirituality until like early 2023. Didn't connect with them until mid 2023. So that's why like seeing that sim just kind of like shocked me, because it just kind of proved that he's been there a lot longer than I thought he was. And that I just apparently inherently know that energy and know what he looks like. And it was just like, huh. Literally can't see the fucker, but I know you. And what you look like, apparently, huh? So that was one of the really validating experiences I had like around that period in time too, along with so many others that just kind of started happening. They just came in like a fucking stream. I was just like, oh fuck. So yeah, but anyway, yes, I have experience with that myself too, yeah, because Mr. Sass is mask presenting, but he does have like that fluidity to him as well, and I have experienced him in that way. And he does have a lot of more feminine traits and stuff. And out of any of them, he's been like the most nurturing to me, so. Yeah. Anyway, continuing with this card. The spirit communing section for this says, a fatherly spirit comes through to be with you now. Chat with them using the guidance from a specific spirit spread on page 244. They could be living or past, male or female, but the vibe they give off is one of the protector and provider. They are great at looking at a situation and providing what is needed. They solve dilemmas quickly and efficiently. Their message is to knuckle down and work through the situation. They are so proud of how smart you are. You must apply your mind and strength to this in order to move on from here. Yeah, that's also another funny thing about them too, Egg. That's like a good point. Because of like, Set's an ancient Egyptian god, they didn't exactly wear pants. They had like this little, I don't know the name of it, I forget the fucking name of it, but it's essentially just kind of like a little skirt wrap thing. So he's always wearing one of those. So so yes. He also it also goes in line with his trickster vibes. If he can use that to be funny, he will. So he will absolutely use gender for humor's sake. And just to fuck with people. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly, Bree. Reading your earlier message, yeah. The way that I like to see it as they're gods, they're all divine energy. They really don't have a need for gender labels. They just are. Was this the one that ratted you out? I'm gonna laugh if that's the one that ratted you out. She ratted you out. Exactly. They don't need those labels. They just are. But as with labels here in the material realm, in the physical realm, labels do have a benefit. They allow you to find people who are like you, who you can identify with. And they're there for those that need them. And the same applies to them. They can, and still will, identify and present themselves in a certain way, but that can shift depending on who it is. So, it helps people identify with them. So, I love that, Kels. But yeah, so if it's more comfortable for them to just kind of appear in the way that they're typically known as, then that's the way that they're going to appear. But if there's another way that they can appear that would just kind of help people connect with them more and identify with them more, they might kind of shift that slightly. So at least that's my experience of it. Anyway, of course your mileage may vary for everyone else. That's just the way that I've experienced it, so. But yeah. Tell her I love her, Kels. She's awesome. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's how I've experienced Mr. Sass. Largely. And I mean, when I initially saw him too, and I wasn't actually supposed to see him, he didn't really want to reveal himself quite yet. So he kind of like freaked out a little bit when I actually kind of saw him. But when I first saw him, he was definitely just kind of like a little bit more like feminine. And funnily enough, he was actually wearing a like headpiece that's commonly associated, like a headpiece of feathers that's commonly associated with Lady Isis. Funnily enough. And the first time I saw him, I got a flash of... I was just kind of like sitting... Like, I was like sitting down, and there was someone behind me. He was, essentially... He was holding me in his arms. He was behind me, holding me in his arms. And, his head was just kind of, on my shoulder. On my left shoulder, specifically. Which is funny, because that's actually kind of what he was doing at the time. And then he panicked. And it's just like, bish. Like, did you forget I'm pan? I don't give a fuck about gender identity. But yeah. But anyway, I hope that message helps, Kels. Well, I suppose I could read the introspection section as well. The introspection section for this card says, we all have a part of our psyche that is force, grit, and hustle. Inside of you exists every archetype regardless of your gender. Turn to this part of yourself now. Sometimes there is no substitute for good old-fashioned hard work. Roll up those sleeves, set your jaw, and get to work. The card of doing says it's time to get to it. You'll feel so much better when it's done. Have you been procrastinating? Are you stuck and unsure what your situation requires? Try the Let's Do the Thing spread on page 250 to bust through this. So, yeah. I think that, like, that one, there's definitely a message in there, particularly in, you know, like, the spirit communication section. But I think this one was mostly just to kind of say, like, hi, I'm here. I ratted you out. Like, does that description actually match about, like, how you actually experience her? A fatherly spirit comes through to be with you now. They could be living your past, male or female, but the vibe they give off is one of the protector and provider. They are great at looking at a situation, providing what is needed. They solve dilemmas quickly and efficiently. Yeah, yeah. So, that was mostly a sign of, like, who ratted you out, but also her telling you, like, I'm here. I'm still supporting you. Yeah, I understand that. Um, Not that he's ever had to, really. He has a few times. Um, like with others. Um, like he's kind of bordered on that a little bit with, like, some readings from, like, other people and stuff. Uh, but that's kind of largely how Mr. Sass is, too, yeah. He's usually very, like, kind and caring and gentle and, like, super nurturing, but he also, again, there's a reason I call him Mr. Sass. There's a reason why that's his nickname. Because he's a sassy little shit. Sometimes to his detriment. But yeah. Hmm. But yes, he's also very, very protective. Um, and he's the one that's always at my back. So, um, well, actually, he's not the only one anymore. He's usually the one. Um, he's usually the one that's, like, very frequently in front of me, and Sunny Boy is the one that likes being behind me now. It's always those two. And they occasionally give me, like, bear hugs and squeeze the shit out of me. And I'll know when they are because I'll just feel like a really heavy pressure. E? Oh, that's great. Uh, fuck. Not me starting to yawn. Okay. Yeah, I'll stop yapping. My goodness. Mm. That's weird. I don't know why. Would it perhaps be Evangeline? I don't know why. Don't tell me that's your name. Uh-oh. Because for some reason, like, I got a feeling of Evelyn, but I was like, that's not quite right. And then I was like, wait. Evangeline? It would also make sense, too, like, now that I, like, think about it, too. That can be shortened to Evan. So if she wants to, when she's pronouncing more, presenting more masculine, she could go by Evan instead. But yeah. I don't really know why that popped up. I wasn't even really intentionally, like, thinking of it, but it was just a feeling I got. And then suddenly I just heard Evangeline. Heard and felt Evangeline, like, really fucking clearly. So. Hey. If that ends up actually being your name, you didn't give it to her, I did. So you didn't give it to her anyway, so ha. Loophole. Good news. Hey. Don't forget who the main energy is here, okay? There's a reason he's the main one, and it's because I take a lot after him, okay? I can be sassy too. Technicalities are legitimate. What's that, like, Futurama quote or whatever? You are technically correct, the best kind of correct. Well, I am Latina, so. Oh, love that egg. And also, yes, I value sassiness and spunk in others too. So, I feel you. Anyway. Uh, okay. So, like I said earlier, I need to close out Q. I am just all over the place right now. Okay. So we're gonna use the we're gonna use the Embroidered Graveyard. Sorry, I'm searching for some cards in the Embroidered Graveyard right now. Okay. Found them. We're gonna use the Embroidered Graveyard and the Beloved Dead Oracle together like we did before. Not that this is necessary. I just do it as a sign of respect. And just for the comfort of all involved. Because opening a connection isn't really necessary. Oh, that's completely fine. Like, my energetic space is actually kind of like a, it's a place where others can gather. And others have been invited in to either receive help or to, just communicate. People stop by occasionally. So yeah, no, there's absolutely, if that's something she wants to do, she can go ahead and do so. Exactly. Party. Oh yeah, he gets along with, like, so many. He has. Not... I don't always know when he's around, but he's popped by a couple of times, I will say that. He was talking with, Mr. Sass once before. So... So... They've talked. So, not necessarily around me, but, like, Mr. Sass. So... But yeah, um, cause yeah, yeah, that was something I did, and that was something that they kind of worked with me to do. Because obviously they offer like lots of protection and stuff. So when necessary, or you know, if others want to stop by, they'll be allowed in by guides. So yeah, like Bast is always around for me, Bree. She's also kind of one of mine. To an extent, but she's one that just kind of hangs around in the background. There's essentially just kind of like a main, quote-unquote main, like 5 or 6 of them that are around at any given time. So and Mr. Sass is the communicator. He's the one that actually talks to me that I can hear the clearest. I figured. And I think I have, when the first time I actually kind of sensed him around, I did say, like, thank you for trusting me. So, yeah. So thank you, sir. And also for trusting Mr. Sass. Heck yeah, more tea the better. There's plenty here already. Probably both in the literal sense and in the metaphorical sense. Exactly, Bree. uh... Alrighty. Anyway, now that that's set up, let's go ahead and see. What message does Spirit want to directly tell us? I still laugh about the last time that we did this, and we got, what was it? Conflict and chicken together, and the vibe that I just immediately got from it was as if someone was just kind of pointing at you and just calling you a chicken. And just kind of poking at you a little bit. Kind of like that little sibling energy. Oh yeah, I'm sure she's very, gossipy. Okay, we have 3 cards here. They had words. We have creativity, a driver, and ancestry. Okay. Creativity. If it can be imagined, it's possible. Everyone is innately creative, but not everyone allows themselves to be. True. Imagination is a gift, a talent and a force that, once unleashed, frees the mind to looking at life through a soft gaze. Many artists, dreamers, and visionaries who embrace this soul calling must first learn to overcome a chorus of noisy and heavy-handed limitations. The beloved dead of cemetery, creativity, my goodness, knows the drill well. When the imagination takes flight and allows the teacups to waltz with the saucers, you'll be inspired to paint, write, play, sing, compose, dance, invent, and innovate. But hold on, says the logical brain, which rapidly steps forward, furrowing its brow while chirping. Do you really want to do this? What will people say? You call this art? Are people going to laugh at you? And what if you fail? Or, gulp, what if you're actually successful? Can you, I mean we, handle it? Trust me, exclaims the seemingly sensible logical brain to its creative counterpart. I'm saying this for your own good. Firstly, because it's my job to keep you safe, unoriginal, and normal in this maddening world, and secondly, because I'm also the recurring voice of past, representing all of those souls whose creativity was starved because of a lack of opportunity and nourishment. And if your ancestors' dreams couldn't survive and flourish, why should yours? This is the question the beloved dead of creativity has arrived to help you answer, because it's the first step on this beautiful and enlightened path. Well, I mean, in Bast's case, for the most part, to my knowledge, that didn't really get in her way too much, so you don't have to worry about that happening with her. But anyway, yes. The logical brain is there to kind of... The logical brain and those fears are there to kind of, like, keep you protected, yes. But... in certain contexts, it's not really a protection it's offering. It's restriction. This would be one of those cases. And yes, that fear of putting yourself out there and allowing your creations and yourself to be seen is scary. Because it might be opening up yourself to a lot of criticism of others. But you have to allow it to be seen and share it with the world. You have to allow it to be seen, rather, if you want to share it with the world. You can't keep it hidden if you want to make a difference. So, step out of your comfort zone. Aww. Yeah. Oh, it goes a lot further than that. You can look to Bastet for that. She, however, did find a lot of creative fulfillment. So. Driver. At its most literal, this card addresses forward movement and progress. It has an active core energy of intense determination that's being applied towards something helpful or unhelpful. It also validates roads, travel, and modes of transport, such as bicycles, trains, planes, and automobiles. On a deeper level, Driver looks at your process of manifestation. What's really driving or informing how you experience your life? What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create. And what you believe, good or bad, petitions that which is perfect. Driver is fueled by a reservoir of secondhand limitations that can override your goals, dreams, and best intentions. If, as adults, there's still childhood programming running invisibly in the background, this card can inform your actions and outcomes. The majority of decisions we make are unconscious, and we're just riding shotgun to these impaired drivers. Neurologically speaking, our brains don't like big changes. We're hardwired to resist in favor of what feels safe and comfortable, even if this keeps us from realizing our full potential. Exactly what I was just saying. And then we have Ancestry. Who and what are we? By mass, we're a lot of oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen. Big bags of mostly water generally incorporate some proteins, DNA, and then ancestors. There by the grace or disgrace of your forebears go you, your parents, their parents, their parents, and so on. From the known to the dark unknown ancestors nestled in the folds of time immemorial. Happy or sad, these are sacred stories. While it's one thing to inherit green eyes and an aquiline nose, it's quite another to be possessed of an inauthentic and learned way of thinking, feeling, acting, or decision-making. When growing up, in order to belong and survive within a family, social group, or culture, and to be loved and accepted, we begin to internalize the tribe's norms. As a child who requires security, stability, and safety, it makes good sense to adapt who we are, and our own innate desires, ideals, and values to please and appease. Yet, inevitably as adults, some of these patterns can wreak havoc on our happiness and evolution. Where does the past stop and you begin? And yet, we also often neglect to connect our strengths and more remarkable survival traits to our ancestors. Did we think we just got them for free? The beloved debt of ancestry is a powerful and loving message that there's one, if not many loved ones in spirit who are stepping forward to help you remember that you're unique, beautiful, and ultimately free. You no longer have to be dutiful to relationships, experiences, reactions, or choices that cause intrapsychic conflict. Work with the supportive energy to bring yourself back into soul alignment. You can help heal those ancestors who were deprived of the similar freedom of choice simply by honoring yours. Yes. Also true. Simply by being authentic to yourself, remaining true to yourself, and living your own life in the way that you want to. Whether you see it or not, you are helping heal ancestral wounds. And they can help heal yours. For instance, look at Mr. Sass. He gives me the love that he desperately needed. And I gave him the same. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of, largely what my path has been. Particularly with them. So, yeah. And they've also been helping me do the same, because they've stated repeatedly that they don't want me to live the same lives that they did. Especially Mr. Sass. And I reminded him every time that he won't, because I have the love that he didn't. So. Oh my god. Of course that's the first card to pop out, is Ancestors. All of your ancestors gather and look to you with love, joy, and hope. Their message is to check in with them whenever you need help and support. There are so many of them stretching back throughout an ocean of time. This makes them incredibly strong in their numbers. Lean on them. They are asking to help you, so let them. That's fucking hilarious. Oh. uh. Uh-huh. Ugh. Yeah, that sounds like him. All right. Just chilling. uh. But that reminds me of one of the funniest things that ever happened. Like with me. It didn't involve me directly. Dude, he fucking references music from like early 2000s and like 2010s all the time. Yes. And goes back a little bit further than that too, but though Mr. Sass likes all types of music, but he primarily likes a lot of like metal and rock. And yeah. But he also is quite a fan of K-pop. And other stuff. Lots of other stuff. And if he knows it'll make me laugh, he pulls from my memory and just like his own. But like it helps if I kind of know what he's referencing. So he pulls from eras of music that I would know a lot. He pulls from like mid early to like late, pretty much like the entirety of like the 2000s and like early 2010s. Like, I think I told you about the time that he started singing the thong song to kind of pull me out of negative thought spirals because he knew it would fucking make me laugh because that song is absolutely fucking ridiculous. He knew it would make me laugh, so he did it. He knew I'd just pause, go what the fuck, and then just laugh. And he does that all the time with all sorts of music, and he's even pulled from my memory, like, just, like, the lyrics from, like, songs that I'd long forgotten, and I know I talked about that in, like, one of the songs by Evanescence. That he, like, Sweet Sacrifice was the name. He pulled from my memory, like, a song that I'd long forgotten that did kind of have, like, a relevant message. And he does that with things occasionally. They like speaking to me through music, and specifically him. Specifically him. He really likes music. But yeah. There's like this one funny memory. Just kind of like you're talking about like the flash of the image that you just got, Egg. One of the funniest things that's ever happened to me, and it happened indirectly. Adam was the one that got the message and the flash. I was like really fucking down about something and was just kind of in a deep depressive hole, and I think it was kind of because like of an argument that we'd had, and Adam was just kind of like also just kind of feeling a bit like distraught because he couldn't really help me. But anyway, out of nowhere, he just kind of gets a flash of like he gets like this like flash of just him suddenly, himself, Adam, suddenly face planting forward into a bowl of lettuce. And out of nowhere, he just makes this noise and then just kind of goes like, what the fuck? It's just like something along the lines of like, I don't even know how to explain what just fucking happened, but for some reason I just got like a vision of myself face planting into a bowl of lettuce. And I don't know why. And I just start cracking up. And yes, that was Mr. Sass. Funnily enough, lettuce is one of his favorite foods. According to mythology, anyway. But he does kind of say that it is. The funny thing is, according to mythology, the reason why lettuce is one of his favorite foods is because, like, the lettuce they had during their time was essentially kind of a symbol of, like, fertility. So, if you know how much of a spicy little shit Mr. Sass is, that makes perfect sense. And just like, damn, that must have been some good lettuce. It goes more than just that too. It wasn't just a symbol of like fertility, it was also apparently an aphrodisiac. And I've given him so much shit for that because it's just like, sir, How the fuck is that shit gonna make you horny? That must be some damn good lettuce. Also, do you really need help with that though, sir? I don't think you do. Uh, but anyway. uh, uh, okay. So, let's see. Do we want to pull any tarot cards? Okay, should we pull tarot cards or should we pull from the Earth and Bone Oracle? That was kind of what I was leaning towards too, yeah. Okay. Let's close this out so I can get going. I've been yapping for probably close to an hour. Let's see what they want to add. But yeah. Like, honestly, if you guys ever want to just kind of do a voice call and just, like, chat about, like, random shit, I would be more than happy to do that. Because there's some generally, like, goofy-ass shit that just happens with this motherfucker around. I'd be happy to share some of that. Oh, don't feel bad about it. It's perfectly welcome here. Okay, we have a Sage here. It is the only card that they appear to want to give. Keywords here are harmony, acceptance, and patience. Patience. Can I talk? I usually like to blame it on Mr. Sass. Yeah. Yeah. I know that feeling. Okay. Everything will fall into place in due time. Be patient, believe in yourself, and trust that you are being guided and loved. When Spirit advises you to be patient, it means to live in the present moment and enjoy it. Lower vibrations should be let go of. Lower vibrations, and I don't really quite agree with this terminology. Lower vibrations meaning, like, emotions or just feelings that you really shouldn't be identifying too much with. So, but those emotions do still have value. That's the reason why I don't really like using that term. And also because it's just kind of steeped in a bunch of, like, new age, like, bullshit. But, yeah. Anyway. Have faith that the universe is on your side. To live your best life, embrace being more kind to yourself and love yourself. You're on a journey to heal yourself and inspire others to live their best lives. Sharing your truth allows you to connect with others, which generates a lot of positive energy. Remember that you and Spirit are co-creators. Concentrate on what you want to achieve. Feeling good is something you should practice. Once you realize that feeling better is a conscious choice, somewhat, you can have anything you want and more. Recognize that living your best life is a choice you must make. Will you seize the opportunity and embrace it? And the affirmation for this card is, I trust that everything is working out for my highest good. If something didn't work out the way I'd hoped, it means something much better is coming. There are also sometimes that, like, adjustments kind of need to be made. So. Okay. So. The overall message here from those beloved Dead Oracle cards is kind of live your best life. That is how you find healing for yourself, and that is also how you in turn help your ancestors. And remember that spirit guides and ancestors both, okay? And ancestors doesn't always have to mean family. That can also include chosen family. But sometimes it does actually mean blood relation. Okay. And so, in turn, spirit guides and ancestors will also help heal your own wounds, okay? They'll be there to offer support and guidance. They'll be there to help you find healing. You just need to trust in them and allow them in. And allow them to help you. Okay? So, I hope that message helps. And overall, the general message from Sage is just kind of like, things will happen when they're meant to, and trust that the things that are meant for you won't pass you by, and that they are coming, okay? You're not going to miss out. You're not going to lose out. The opportunity isn't just going to pass you by. Okay? So. Yeah. I hope that message helps. But unfortunately, it's time for me to call it here. So. Time for me to call it here. So I can probably go get some food. Go find something to eat anyway. But yeah. And the three of you can reach out to me whenever, okay? And if you just want to chat, like, feel free to let me know. But, unfortunately with this, it's time for me to call it here so I can go find something to eat. And so I can go finish my tea and probably go make another cup. I need more tea. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to do this too, just for again, as a sign of respect and also just for the comfort of all involved. I'm just trying to do things the proper way with both of these decks. But yeah, so thank you all for stopping by, whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked. I appreciate you sharing your time with me. I hope to see you all again soon, but bye for now.